meme card, yo. I made that, and it's beautiful. Did you hold your log VX into this morning? Yep. You're welcome. What's up, Gilgamesh? I can't believe we sold off so hard with no bounce back. Even the like 6431 test failed like right away. 20 years almost back to 5%. It's SPX EMA the line in the sand here. Uh, well, we're below it right now. EMA 30 is at 63.81. It's probably a somewhat important level. However, this is its third test in as many weeks. Mm. Well, almost as many weeks. Third test in 4 weeks. So this might be like the failure. I made the stream card. 6,400 calls probably aren't terrible here. We're well beyond the the MM's expected move right now. We've fucking dropped like all the way to delta neutral. So, yeah, that's slightly bearish. Thank you. If only somebody had predicted Trump dying 2 weeks after meeting with Putin. Yeah, yeah, it did. I'm sure someone clipped it. It was during the Putin meeting. You could just go back to that day. It was like either while we were waiting for it to start or while it was ongoing. I think I wrote it out in the Discord too. You're growing beyond stock god. Maybe. I gotta get my cameras turned on and I have to eat something so I can take my like medicine. So give me a couple of minutes. I'll be back. I think there's something fucky with the data here. So probably like 73, 75, 70 support level. Um, maybe some resistance to the upside at like 390 and then 6400. Well, why are you being a piece of shit? Huh? Oh, fucking stop that. Hold on, I'll check some flow stuff too. Yeah, still looks like 70 and then 90, 6,400 resistance. Bought puts down at 45.50, 35.30. Some bot puts near spot. If this gets back above 63.90, it hits a call ramp that goes back out to 64.20. It looks like a lot of calls being sold at the 64.20 level right now. Puts and calls both being bought at spot currently, so this could probably go either way. Obviously, keep an eye on delta neutral. That's going to be pretty important. Yeah. Yeah, retest and a failure to break back above delta neutral, I would say would be very bearish. Um, but if bulls are able to at least get above it and stabilize, maybe get the 6,400 strike back in the money, then we might get a like a little bit of mean reversion after the sell off. But remember that's only going to be if there's profit taking. Gonna end up on the suspect list. Why? It was the logical thing for Putin to do. He doesn't need Trump anymore. Also, who the fuck gets in a car with Putin? I mean, what? Hmm. All right, 2 seconds. I'll be back. What's up, nerds? Ooh, we caught the bounce under GN? Hmm. This data's wrong. I don't know what to do with that. There's a fucking huge number of calls being sold at 64.30.35. Um, looks like we've got some calls at spot. Um, some sold calls at 10, and then more bot calls 15.20. Well, it's up till 2 o'clock. You mean so when we find out if Trump's dead or not? Yo, what happened with gilts this morning? Holy shit. The UK 30-year went to 5.6? Ooh, employment up markedly as confidence improves in U.S. manufacturing PMIs. Indeed, on the price front, input inflation costs accelerated in August is the second sharpest in the past 3 years, surpassed only by June. Tariffs were overwhelmingly reported to have pushed up operating expenses over the month, and whenever possible, were passed on to clients through an upturn in selling prices. Although still lower than June's near 3 year record, output price inflation remains substantial and well above trend. Interesting. Still a big spread between input and output prices on manufacturing PMIs. So we got what? Fed fund futures shifting down hard, real hard. Well, that's nice. Looks like we priced out almost a full rate cut from Jan, March, and June. No, moving back up to retest 6,400's not. I don't think it's that extreme. Even 64.27, which would be the technical retest on the failed level. Cardiovascular event or cerebrovascular event? I would say probably cerebrovascular. Good morning, Gherkin. What the heck happened today? We sold off, or well, continued to sell off after Friday. Archer, my friend works there, says they just secured a bunch of government contracts. I assume that's priced in. Probably, given that they've never made any money otherwise. I've been on a fishing trip for 4 days with no service. Congratulations. Did you catch any fish? 64.25? A little difficult. There's some resistance at 64.10. If we slip back below 6400, probably bearish. Remember, not a lot of supportive delta here, so rejections off of the gamma flip or delta flip could be pretty nasty. Can we bizarre Gert casually 6400 calls look good here when we were at 6380? Lisa and Al Gaib. Yeah, I said that. I had to, but then I had to go get coffee. So I guess you're all welcome. What did I miss? Trump dead? We don't know if he's dead. But he hasn't appeared publicly in like 7 days. And there's a bunch of weird shit going on, which makes it all quite suspicious. Also, I predicted that Trump would die in 2 weeks after meeting with Putin, so I'm leaning towards my own tinfoil conspiracies. That explains why they give him stock as compensation then. Yeah, that'll do it. Gurka Shinigami, a god of death. Wow, rough. That's too much responsibility. Has a scheduled announce it at 1400. I thought they slotted in Pete Keg's breath. If Trump actually dies 2 weeks after meeting Putin, does Gert get confirmed as an actual stock god? Like, does the cultiness just subside into pure godliness? I don't know. I guess it depends on how much I advertise my prior prediction. I don't know if I'm ready for that kind of power, Jen. I'm not having hope, but there's a liquor store near my house, so I'm getting champagne if true. Tariffed champagne. I will say, if Trump were to die, it would be just the least solemn presidential funeral ever. People just spraying each other in the crowds with Cristal. When Trump dies due to meeting with Putin, do we go to war? No? Well, maybe. Probably not. I did my best. You know how you know how I think well, do you know why I think that something's actually wrong with Trump? Because Mein Kampf Barbie isn't on like in front of the press pool every 5 seconds talking about how healthy he is. Which means something's probably actually wrong. Isn't it a little possible they all took Labor Day off? And then the 6 days before Labor Day? The press secretary. Is there any way Trump could have smeared polonium on all of them? Yeah. Although polonium doesn't really hurt you if it's outside your body. I don't know what happens if you blow someone who has polonium in their system and then swallow, though. That would probably be deadly. In our current environment, what would be the effect on the market be if sitting president passed? Well, the first thing that would happen is Fed fund futures would price out all possibility of a future rate cut, which they did a bunch of this morning. Vance as president won't last long. Donald Trump is dumb enough to eat a candy bar given to him by Putin in the car, thinking it is safe. It's sealed. Him and Trump are not boys. Doesn't matter. Still creates a power vacuum. Whether he's the Project 2025 poster boy or not. Power vacuums are chaotic. There's no way to predict the outcome. And it's a big power vacuum. Let's find out if he's alive first. They won't need to. That's why I said Trump would kill, or Putin would kill Trump in the first place, was because at this point, if Trump were to die, it would just create a civil war in America. Are you sure we didn't delete that part of the Constitution from the internet? I'm just gonna get in a dinghy and row myself over to Canada. Well, if the Epstein list is everything everyone says it is, then you know, no, you'd want to maintain it for the purposes of blackmail and coercion. Are you saying JD Vance killed Trump the same way he killed the Pope? Interesting. He did mention like a week ago that he's ready to take over. It's almost as crazy as you thinking that immigrants are taking your jobs, Kiko. What happens to Bitcoin if Trump dies? Probably not good. I'm sorry to hear that. What's up, Popcorn? Bulls look weak here. Losing 6,400 again is not really the best position for them to be in. So, yeah, I mean, if this rally distributes back out and downside positioning moves in, we could probably continue down. We're really quite well past the lower bound of the expected move, though. When someone like Goldman Sachs increases their position in a company, is that generally due to them being bullish long term, or because they want shares to short? I mean, when someone like Goldman buys something, it could literally be for any number of reasons. I mean, they might just need coverage and they allocate in a stock for that sector, or they might need coverage for that index. I mean, there's a thousand different reasons that they could buy something. I don't think either of those would ever be definitive. Thank you, Starscream. I'll work on building up my campaign. I'll have 300 votes. That should do it. Wait, how many likes are on the stream? Huh, just kidding. 67. Thanks, Popcorn. I'm aware of how it works, Nisia. Vance better than Trump until the Dems can get their act together. he's gonna have less sway power, but the Senate and Congress will turn on him in a heartbeat. They have no reason to continue backing him. Vance is arguably the least charismatic person I've ever come across in my life. Yeah, but if the Republicans factionalize, then they'll lose majority power. You know, there's people with a lot more money than Peter Thiel, right? Like a lot of people with more money than him. No, not me. But a lot of other people. Why would they let him be in charge? You think he's well liked? What's up, Nuke? How you doing, man? I have so much fart coin. Me too. Maybe Elon's America First Party would take over. Hmm. I don't know. Good. Ask Miss Neek's dad if he was down with us anchoring ourselves to each other. He said it was cool. Then he ripped out a Fat J and put on some sunglasses and said, "Welcome, fam." That's a beautiful way of putting that. Congratulations. So, deep down, Nuke, you're just a big romantic. If you peel back all the layers of intense autism and mania, just a softy. And a proper gentleman. Did he demand any kind of dowry? Inside seem like blobfish. All right. What are we doing here? I really don't want to sit at 6,400 all day. Bull sold some puts there. Some bot calls out at 6,410. Nothing really above 6,410. Bot puts at 6,390. Also, not very many of those. In the money bot puts, 25. Which is interesting. What's our range looking like here? It's sloppy. It's very ill-defined. There's too much negative delta to the upside. There's not a lot. So, yeah, probably still resistance here for a 510. Some support at 6,400. Loss of 6,400 opens up like maybe a retest down near 80. Breakout of 6,410 opens up a test of 6,430. Quite a lot of resistance at 6,430 though. Yeah, I know. 30, 35 giant sold call piles. But bulls could like target that too. Like it's not like those sold calls couldn't squeeze. That's an important technical level. That's like the that's what I was like talking about last night for the failure point for the rejection. So, and it seems like bears are defending that level, which is probably well, probably kind of interesting. So he's a different Peter, not the same. Hmm. Some of the gains in dollar and yields have kind of moderated. Lower high off of this. Retesting 6,400. So he opened really low, right? You got some bearish capitulation, but now that appears to be distributing out. If bears rebuild positioning, just right back down again, I would imagine. Falling like delta neutral is not a very supportive level. Generally, tests of delta neutral, just even the like initial tests are bearish. Gamma neutral is far more bouncy. Is Fubo the new negative beta play? Why? It's got. I mean, I think at least last time I looked, it had negative beta. Not wildly, but you see one Peter, you've seen them all. It's true. Source, I've seen Peter too. Oop, there goes 6,400 again. Slippery. Bot puts coming in 63.90, 75.70. Sold puts at 80. So a little bit of support right around here. Although maybe not a lot. Hmm. Spikes on out of the money IV are interesting. Look at that shit. It's going wild. What are the odds you put it El Presidente dying this year? Hmm. Polymarket's got a 1% chance Trump dies today. Or resigns. Resigns. What time is it supposed to be? 2 p.m.? We've got a 52-week auction a little bit later. Some bot calls 95, sold put 6,400. Gamma drops off pretty hard still. Yeah. So price is just snapping back and forth across the major level. I would use like a breakdown of 90 as a confirm or a break above 6410 as a confirm. 6411, I guess. You're not going to get very far with using a body double for the president. This is BlackBerry? I have no idea. I'd have to look at their financials, although I doubt I'd be impressed. Looks like margins moved positive in Q4 and Q1. Pre-tax income still extraordinarily low. Net income's remained mostly negative over the last like 2 years, with the exception of Q1. Some moderate balance sheet improvements, although equity hasn't improved much. Cash flows are still pretty shitty. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure what they do to improve their revenue streams. But I mean, they've been trying to pivot for like 2 years now into self-driving tech and cybersecurity and their stupid like Internet of Things bullshit. We're gonna get Shane Gillis and a Mission Impossible mask. They'll just do that thing that they used to do with kings when they were dying, and like just have somebody dress up like them and like wave off of a balcony and then leave. One sec. Maybe we have high resolution cameras now, so good luck. Yeah. We'll just dress them like Emperor Palpatine. Say you caught a flu. What's going around right now? Community anal beads. You live in a very progressive area, though. Well, if he got autism, it's his own fault for getting the COVID vaccine. I think with BB, their QNX systems for car infotainment is growing as more used cars use them. More cars use them. Even non-EVs are using screens now. Yeah, I mean, non-EVs have been using screens for years, but not a lot of those screens are BlackBerry. They're going to compete with Android Auto and Apple CarPlay, or Apple was it Apple AirPlay, and then CarPlay, and then each manufacturer's own proprietary infotainment like software and hardware suite. Not only is like legacy auto a bitch of a market to break into, but they already face like really stiff competition trying to break into that market. We've just received video proof that Lisa Cook's declared primary residence is being rented out to tenants. So, you can Airbnb your primary residence if you're a federal employee and you have to be in Washington. It's almost like Pulte doesn't know how real estate works. He is arguably one of the stupidest people that we've all come across in the last 4 years. So, is anyone really surprised? Punchable face, too. True, yeah. Imagine going to the intelligence liaison store and you're like, I need a Hummint officer, and your mom's like, we have a Hummint officer at home, and it's Bill Plute. There's one person in chat who understands what I just said. Fuck. Never mind. No. Took a lot of espionage classes in university. Nice. You bitch. Why mark it down? Well, we priced out a bunch of Fed cuts this morning because of the PMI data. Shockingly, PMI data pointing to things just costing more money. I'd imagine it did. In the future, though, it'd probably be great to refrain from purchasing $115 wide strangle. The bar may have been lowered, but your bar remains high. I could have called Plute a honeypot. Did you guys ever think that I was Kenny's honeypot? Be honest with me. Someone sent me a comment from Superstonk from like 6 months ago where this guy outlined a case where me and other people interested in options were used as honeypots by Kenneth Griffin to get retail to abandon their stock positions in GME. It's cool that I still live rent-free in their heads. You were so close, McChuggets. No, but I do consider you my little honey bear. They have a lot of free space in there. True. You cost rent, actually. It's It's a lot of reading and writing for someone on Superstonk. True. I just liked how they used the term honeypot. Completely unaligned with its actual meaning. Oh, I said 90 for the confirm. But no, support around 70, 75 also. So not just 90 straight to 50. You know, we could do an actual psyop, you and me. That'd be fun. Ooh, sure, I'm down. Let's do it. I've been looking for a hobby lately, so. You dressed in provocative clothing to get them to drop their positions? Somebody did mention me taking my shirt off, but that was probably just Grim too. Yeah, you guys called me a boomer when I was like, what if you took your returns and then put them into safer assets? Why were you in Philly? It's a good question. I'm not actually sure how I ended up there. Ooh, but we have to talk about Philly. Philly's fucking dead. What happened? Is this all the cities in the US? Like, I was in Federal Square. Yeah, I know it's a shithole. But I was in Federal Square and it was fucking empty on Labor Day. Completely. Like New York City post 9/11 empty. It was really bad. I went over by Felix. There was like 3 people there. I don't know if it freaked me out as much as Camden, New Jersey, but it was weird. Yeah, but Federal Square is like the nice part of Philly. It's not the shithole part. Were you meeting your handler outside the PH exchange? No. I mostly just drove there to get a Philly cheesesteak, but let's dig into your Philly. That's not a euphemism. I literally meant the sandwich, me too. Downtown's a ghost town in Houston? I don't have a new EV yet. Did you test drive an EV from New York City to Philly and back for a sandwich? No comment. No one likes downtown. I mean, New York City's been a bit empty lately, but that always happens here. That's like cyclical, and it's still New York City, so it's not a good way to judge the economy. But the fact that like on Labor Day, nobody's in Federal Square. There's not like 800 Chinese nationals laying across the Liberty Bell trying to take a selfie. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Like, I think Trump successfully killed all international tourism. And if that's the case, that shit's gonna hit the economy like a bag of fucking bricks. Los Angeles is slow, not dead. That's also not a great gauge. Generally cities kind of operate independently from more rural areas, and that like their economies, populations grow with declines in the economy. So when the economy gets worse, city populations increase because cities offer higher density of employment opportunities, and rents get cheaper in declining economies, which encourages concentration in urban areas. But rents are down, and there's no one fucking there. Like the city is empty. Yeah, New York, but I mean, it's not that dead. Like there's still people everywhere. I mean, like I was literally in the busiest part of Philly, and there was fucking no one, like not even pedestrians. It's still a major city. Like when you imagine you like drove into Boston and it was empty. The cheesesteak was amazing. I don't know why anybody would want to live in Boston, but that's not the point. No, I didn't see ice. Del Rossi. It was phenomenal. I was impressed. Supposedly around 2 p.m., although I'm not sure. That's a legit kind of neighborhood spot. I've only ever had 3 cheesesteaks in Philadelphia, and so far it's been the best one. I've also been to what, D'Alessandro and Jim's, I think. D'Alessandro's is disgusting. Actual dog shit. I'm not sure it's better than like Charlie's cheesesteak at a Simon Mall. Yeah, I think John's roast pork. You've been checking Docu if it's still bullish or got rugged by today. It probably got rugged. Yeah, it didn't get rugged that bad. Still inverse head and shoulder on the daily. It's like support around like 72, 73. I'd imagine if it has like a decent amount of index exposure though, so I would imagine if like the Qs continue to dive, it's gonna get hammered. They fell from grace. Angelo's is kind of where I'm at because they have the best rolls and good cheese. John's roast pork is a family favorite. I don't know. I haven't been to Angelo's, but I thought the rolls at Del Rossi were phenomenal, and I'm pretty sure they're made like in house. Also, none of that cheese whiz shit. They used like Cooper Sharp, which was fantastic. 72, I got SEP 19, 79 Cs. They have earnings on the 4th. This is maybe a risky macro moment to go long package software, but I don't hate it. No. Aren't you in SoCal Magnanimous? We're talking about Philly, the city of brotherly love. No, I didn't see any homeless people at all, which was also weird. I also illegally parked in front of the DOJ for like 40 minutes, and there was no security or police officers anywhere. Even the homeless don't want to be in Philly. I mean, yeah, you need population density to survive as a homeless person, especially if you're panhandling or something. I don't think it's because I'm used to New York. Maybe it is. But New York's been slow lately, too. Was there anyone still working at the DOJ? I mean, it was Labor Day, so I have no idea. Alright, back to Delta Neutral. Um, hmm. There's still some room to slip lower here. A little bit of support at 85, but not much. Then 70. Mm. Speed picks up a lot on the downside moves. Might actually have some more range for today. I wonder how low this could go. Maybe like 350 or 45. Everything's negative here. I will say that IV is probably not gonna have too much of an effect under like 6,400. Foreign tourism is down. But what about the like regional tourism? Like if you've ever been in the area around Philly, it's not like there's anything outside of it that's worth doing on Labor Day weekend. Like if if Bruce Springsteen were quarterbacking the Eagles to a Super Bowl victory, the city couldn't have been as empty as it was yesterday. I don't know a lot about Philly, but I know they like those things. It's also Gen Z that should be out and about, but supposedly they are all indoor people. Hmm. What about all the other generations? Where are the boomers in their RVs, like going to look at the Liberty Bell? Where's the snowbirds going south? Do you watch football, or is it just a tool to indoctrinate people and support our war efforts? I don't watch football because it's boring. I can't think of anything more boring than watching another person play a sport. No, I'll do sports, but I want to do them. Like, why would I want to watch somebody else do them? Stupid. Americans are broke. We can't tour our own city. You have feet. Baseball's even more boring than football. Yeah, I wasn't ranking them. Who cares? You could also just play lottery scratchers and get the same thrill. So we had something in common regarding Cooper Sharp. No, my back's still a little bit fucked. I definitely shouldn't have driven like 120 miles yesterday. But I'm moving around. I, I also got my ultrasound back and found out which muscles I ripped. So like in between each vertebra, this is a vertebra. It's not a very good one, but there's like these little muscles that connect it to the next vertebra. I tore a bunch of these, like three of them. Then there's like a big one that kind of like attaches up here and goes down to your hip, like that. I ripped the shit out of that. Need surgery? No, no, just gotta let him heal. Bent over to pick up a car charger in a parking lot after being in an air conditioned car for like 3 hours. I'm not taking BCP 157. Fortunately, though, no herniated disc or anything like that, or slip disc or anything. No, no nerve pain. What page of the Kama Sutra were you trying with your lady friend? The blooming lotus. I'm already on steroids. Prednisone. Speaking of which, I have to take some of that shit. Ah, wait. Why am I taking? Why would I? Why do I want to take that? Mhm. Retesting DM. I wonder if we have enough room to move down for a new low. Quite a lot of puts being bought at 75 here. Trenbolone's nasty shit, man. I wouldn't take that. It's for like fucking cows. Side effect death? 2 week cycles of trend are insane. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that shit. Southern Stack, Raw Test, and Crisco. Why don't you just take like HGH peptides and then just just like basic roids? I don't know, like Cypionate or something. Anavar? Hmm. The fuck is Anavar? Is that oxandrolone? I mean, we'll have to recover from the inflation bump, but I mean, it doesn't matter whether tariffs are binned off or not. I mean, it's here's the problem. Tariffs still represent revenue, and increased inflation still reduces the United States' overall debt burden. So it's not necessarily like, I mean, it's a bad thing for the average person, obviously, but it's not so bad for the stability of U.S. debt. I don't want to. I don't want to do TRT. I mean, I'm gonna go bald at some point. I'm not really worried about that. That's what happens. Yeah, but I mean, so even if they remove tariffs and cut rates, inflation's still going to remain elevated for quite a while longer due to like the inventory front loading And the fact that supply chains will once again have to reorganize, which creates inefficiency and will probably drive further inflation before it levels out. And then what? We've got like another, this is core inflation we're talking about too. So you got like another 2 years for things to normalize again. In the meantime, if they cut rates, yields at the top end of the curve are going to move up, and we're going to get steepening. So, I mean, I don't think it fixes the problems. The U.S. still will have to issue long-term debt at very high rates, which is going to keep our interest payments on that debt extremely elevated. Like that's not changing. Whether you have, like, honestly, it's better, that factor is better with tariffs in effect than it is without them. And America, from an economic standpoint, does not do well with austerity. Keep brushing your hair with that boar's hair brush, Gherk. I will. 100 strokes every night before bed until my cotillion. But once I have a husband locked in, I'm not doing that shit anymore. Like Rapunzel. Support's 70, 75. The next support after 90. Seems like bulls will find support somewhere in here and bounce this. Well, if they don't, and we lose 70, we're going to 50. And we're gonna bottom out on gamma for the day. We're now under delta and gamma neutral on the weekly chain. I'd say we probably get a new low here, and then maybe some support around 70, and we'll see what bulls do with that. Rate cut's coming. No, rate cuts got priced out hard today. Yeah, MSTR calls it open. Nice. Are we dumping? Because that's what the environment supports. Also, bad news. Most of drop chances of further out rate cuts. Yeah. Yeah, January dropped like 35% today. March is down 24%, and June is down 18.89%. European bond sales, I would imagine. Gilts went apeshit, and then ISM wasn't great this morning either. EU inflation rose, pushed the dollar up. Absolutely fucking not. Ever since Grok parked illegally in Philly, the market's been straight down. Coincidence? Yeah, absolutely. Are you investigating the Felix activity that we saw in Rev or whatever it was? Rev, GME. Susquehanna was a big player in a lot of that stuff during the peak of meme season. A little bit of support here at the new intraday low. Wonder if we get some profit taking on any of the puts that were down here. Got some call buyers out at 85.95 to the upside of spot. Still bot puts 80, 75, 70 though. So you may have a little bit more room to move down. I'd say if we get back above DN, we might get a relief rally. The low here, 72. Yeah, that's about where support should be. Yeah, let's see what happens with support here. Bulls are selling the 65 put, buying the 75 call a little, but haven't shaken off the bot puts yet, so probably some chop. Is it not an intraday low? Oh, then we probably still have a little bit more room. Alright. Hmm. There's still some interest at like 60, 70, the downside. The increases on IV on the second low test are not very exciting. Hmm. Floor trades? Maybe. What, I was making floor trades? No. I did have a straddle, but no floor trades. Do you know Trump's supposed to make his announcement? Supposedly 2 p.m. We have a 1 year auction before that. No, but if we lose 70, we can slip further. Also the bullish support that's building here will probably capitulate. Um, and the next support of any significance to the downside is like 63.50, which is also kind of about where things bottom out for the day. Somewhere between like 50 and 40. So, but yeah, I mean it's possible. Not a lot of not a lot of more room to move for volatility though. So my confidence in like continued downside beyond 50 would be pretty low. We still need to see if 70 is supportive at all. We haven't made a new low for the day yet. If Trump announces he's dead, we crash. So I'm not sure if Trump dying is bearish. It doesn't seem bearish. Do I get like a Philly Fed president already? Mhm. I don't know, 68. Watch 68. I think they've had it for a while, but it was buggy the last time I fucked with it. Yeah, I know, it was awesome. I'm not sure what the reaction would be to Trump dying. Mixed. Definitely mixed. Hmm. Well, that's 68. Let me see what's going on with the supportive positioning on the bull side. Um, some of the bot calls at like 75 are collapsing. There's a synthetic short at 65. Bot puts coming in at 55, 45, and 40. Sold put support at 350. Yeah, I guess we could keep going down. Seems like that's where flows are headed. Speed to the downside of this. Picks up a little under 60. Tops out around 50. Delta gets a bit slim down here, though. That's the only thing I was really looking at. I mean, it's not that slim. 55 seems like a more likely break with additional positioning moving in. So we got yeah, fall under the synthetic short. Hmm. A little uptick in vol under 65. How big is that synth short? It's not huge, but it is significantly less supportive if we slip 65. Hmm. I would love a big old dump here. It'd be. It'll probably, if we go down further, it'll probably just be grindy. Also, Gamma's turning around a little. This might bounce. Bot calls coming in 70, 75. Still not shaking off a lot of the puts, though. Ooh, big sold calls. 335, 325. Or sold puts, rather. Gamma to the upside of spots pretty flat. I think that's about as the best we could do here, and I would kind of still be surprised if we tested 50 or 40. That'd be pretty wild. I think there's still some uncertainty surrounding Trump and the auction, which might be keeping bulls from selling more aggressively. We're past the 3 and 6 month auctions. Ooh, Atlanta Fed GDP now fell from 3.47 to 3.04. Probably both. Yields are way up today. Yeah, there's been a shitload of European bond buying today. Hmm. Under the synthetic. Hmm. Still grinding down. Sold puts. There's a few sold puts at 60. Bought puts at 55. Probably getting closer to that gap in the delta. Yeah. Might get a little faster drop around here if we continue down. 50 or 40 are possible. Probably 40 is pretty unlikely because I'd imagine put selling will ramp up quite a lot anywhere under 50. You tiny support. Okay, liked. I was just teaching Dork about the built-in bidet in every toilet. You gotta stand on the toilet seat. Then you use you pull the fill tube out. I already posted it in SPX chat. Here. I know not all of you are rich enough to afford $25 a month, but it's a very simple process. You stand on the back of the toilet, you pull the fill tube out, spray your ass with it. Built-in bidet. It's for emergencies only, Cornub. Dork ran out of toilet paper in a public restroom. Yeah, that shit got rejected hard, so no bearish capitulation yet. It doesn't send the shitwater flying everywhere. It's clean water. Why would you use your hand? That's fucking disgusting. Who has a newspaper in a bathroom? It's an emergency use case only thing. You guys are being weird. How am I being weird? Did you guys ever think of that before? No, you didn't. Okay. What is it? This is a very, like, clean process. What is it you guys don't understand? You put your feet on the toilet bowl, right? Like, you have the bowl. You put your feet here. And your ass goes here on the tank. And you spray your butt with the fill tube. Very clean. It's a modified upper decker. Exactly. You guys just leave the public restroom with shit on your ass? I don't understand it. I mean, make sure the toilet bowl isn't cracked first. Just dunk your hand in the water and splash. Yeah, you could do that too, but I mean, let's not be uncivilized. We don't need to get shit on our hands. Don't slip. Very bad. High pressurized, don't have a tank. Oh, that's why you need to bring a wrench with you. And then you get to do what I call the fire hydrant. That's a totally different one. Jan, people have been destroying public restrooms since the advent of public restrooms. Yeah, I've thought about it a lot. Because I've run out of toilet paper in a public bathroom before. The supply line's not long enough to reach, then you'd have to clean your ass on the floor, and that's disgusting. This is a perfect solution when available. Not only do you have a container to collect the refuse, but the fill line has a very gentle stream. Why don't you use your shirt? Why would I want to lose a shirt? You shut up. You're just mad because you didn't think of it first. When I was like 24, I lived in an apartment whose toilets were filled with hot water. No one sanitizes that tank. Yeah, because poop doesn't normally go in there. Normally, toilet like the toilet tank is clean. That's why you bring a wrench with you, Jen. How are we still discussing this after all these years? Because no one knew about it. I have no road game. Shy pooper? Oh no. So if you go on a road trip, do you just hold it for days on end? Wait, Beef, did your wife find out that you became a billionaire again? It condenses into a clay ball. Ugh. Yeah, I guess you could carry wipes with you, but men don't have that option. Unless you have a man purse. Or like a, what is it, messenger bag? Satchel? Sure. It's not classy. I have a wrench on my keychain. That's one of the little ratchet strap ones. It's got like a little strap and you pull it and then it fits any size nut. I use my man purse to carry my wrench.
They have portable bidets. You could just buy one. Ooh, I'll add it to the stream shop. But this isn't going to help Dork right now. This is my favorite one because you can just put it on a water bottle. Are you affiliate marketing now? Yeah. I can I can add any product to the store on the stream. That's not a head, well, it could be a Head and Shoulders, but not yet. Haven't retested the right left side high. We're way past helping Dork. We're in the eye of the storm now. Here's a story you may share with the stream if you want. 5 years ago, I had a terrible diarrhea whilst traveling across London on the tube. I kept getting lucky in each station finding a public toilet or hotel, but eventually got to Bethnal Green and it was getting late and there was nothing. I ended up finding an entrance alleyway to a lawyer's chambers and squatting against a wall. I let it rip, and I swear to God, what I did was genuinely evil. It was blasted all over and running down the wall in a huge 40-degree cone, and then running along the alleyway in streams. I did that on a Sunday evenings. That means at 9 a.m. the next day, some fucking barrister arrived at work and had to cross a river of reeking shit to get into their office, and so did all of their clients if they had any doing in call that day. I was, of course, carrying a newspaper because I've got a lot of experience with this sort of thing. And always go prepared. So there was a little torn up shitty sheets of a copy of The Guardian left lying about too. Oh my god. This is the best fucking quarter of the internet. You should clip that. You should clip that. User clips go on the YouTube channel now. I don't have to do shit anymore. Carl's never left the Midwest. There's no way a human behaves that way. Really, I want to do a bathroom at a Gulf station in upstate New York one time on my way to go get COVID vaccines from the army base. And somebody had shit on the upper part of the wall above the toilet. Just blasted it. There was no shit anywhere else in the bathroom except 3 feet above the toilet. Which means that somebody would have had to have gotten upside down on the toilet, like that, with their legs up. I assume holding their feet. like so, and then shit onto the wall above the toilet. Because the shit was up here. Let me get you a sketch of the room. There you go. This is the peak of YouTube financial streaming. I already called the downside drop. I don't know what else you want from me today. At some point in the future, when GS is huge and you're rich and on Bloomberg, they're going to play clips from today's stream. No, I'm just going to make all new clips for Bloomberg. They're going to be like, oh, you know, what are your thoughts on skew? And I'll be like, well, it looked like funds are reloading, you know, crash protection, and dealers are less willing to warehouse the downside. But Todd, let me ask you a question: how do you clean your ass? Right? I know how to pivot. I'd give all $5 of my bank account for that. You would do great in front of Congress. Oh no, I'd definitely get held in contempt. I mean, it'd be great. The memes would be timeless. I've been on CNBC before. Good luck finding it though, because I can't. I was also anonymously interviewed for a GameStop documentary. I was just standing outside of the New York Stock Exchange, screaming fear really loudly. But I don't have to do that myself anymore. We have Gilgamesh for that. The 210 has been shattered. We go to live to JFresh for a response, and it's just kids yelling in the background. God, it's gonna be great. They flip over to Dork, and he's still trying to wipe his ass with his one tiny piece of toilet paper. Well, because we bounced. We got a little bounce, a little bouncy poo. Some capitulation, but not a lot of call buying. So keep that in mind. Might retest 75, and then that's probably resistance. GF's still a long ways away. Did you guys see the portable bidet I posted in the store? You just screw it into the top of a standard water bottle. Hand placement's not ideal. What do you mean? You reach under, spray back, not behind, spray forward. Helps if you can get a deep squat. Is this the real way you blew out your back? No? But I will tell you, after blowing out my back, I'm very glad I owned a bidet. Alright, that's enough about poop. That's ridiculous. Why would there be any kind of correlation between using a bidet and having your back blown out? Back to buying puts it is then? Maybe, yeah. A few of the 75 bot calls closed on the test here. Looks like some more 75-80 puts piled in. Still have the synthetic short at 65. Some bot puts at 63.25 or probably bot to close. Our ranges are getting a little bit more defined. Still looks like we could bottom at 45 or 40. Any important tests on ES? Yeah, 63.74 is a support level for ES. Kind of an old one, too. This is roughly where we bounced on our last leg up. Yeah, I think if we get another downside move, or another retest near the low, I might sell some puts. You don't think we get a DN? Oh, we could definitely test DN again. That's no question. Very easy. There's just a little bit of resistance here around 70, 75 to the upside. And if bears pile in on the bounce, like we could go lower. And it kind of looks like that's what they're doing. I'd really love to sell like the 50 put in the money. Or 45 put in the money. That would be fucking dope. I would sell the shit out of that. What's up, Tycoon? CDS are rising sharply. I know. $64.50 end of day? No, I don't think so. We could bounce back up to like maybe 6,400. But that would be hard. $75 bot calls are increasing a little bit. Some bot calls at 85 as well. Let's see if this distributes out and fails back to the downside, or if we can get above 75, bulls get some runway. Maybe out to like maybe out to 90. A little bit of resistance at 80, but bigger resistance at 90. Remember, things are more likely to fail here. You can get information from like the swaps report from CFTC, Tim, or probably like market or Refinitiv, Bloomberg Terminal. if you're part of a major university, they'll usually have access to one of those. Or a large public library system, maybe. No bulls, please. I already lost money on 0DT calls today. Don't make me lose money on 0DT puts, too. Why are you buying puts at support? Never mind. Bum, 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 bum. And the Jimmy channel copium is weird. What is with you guys? Nvidia rejects rumors of H100, H200 GPU shortages. We've seen erroneous chatter in the media claiming Nvidia is supply constrained and sold out of H100, H200. As we noted at earnings, our cloud partners can rent every H100, H200 they have online, but that doesn't mean we're unable to fulfill new orders. We have more than enough H100, H200 to satisfy every order without delay. The rumor that H20 reduced our supply of either H100 or 200 or Blackwell is also categorically false. Selling H20 has no impact on our ability to supply other Nvidia products. It seems like a weird and unnecessary statement to make. Okay, so hold on. If at 2 p.m. there's an announcement, but Trump doesn't get on camera or in front of the press live, Trump's dead, right? Or like comatose, brain dead or dead. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I mean, he's fucking like 80 something. If he's incapacitated, he's basically dead. It's not like he's gonna bounce back. Is this his McConnell moment? They're definitely weekend at Bernieing us. I can't believe this fucking timeline. Not to sound horrible, but I would be so happy. Why would that be horrible? He fought the auto pen only to become it. Did they hack him up and throw him out the window in those black garbage bags? Probably not. Probably just getting rid of documents that would incriminate them. JD Vance is not a younger version of Trump. He also doesn't have the support. It creates a power vacuum. Congress will turn on him. It's a totally different scenario. If they wanted that scenario to play out, they would have had Trump pull back from the election and they would have gotten Vance elected. What makes you think that the 1% are universally aligned in the same goal? Yeah. They won't be able to pull it off. I mean, it would be a shock, but who the fuck knows how it would play out? I'm half porting bull puts at a 50 test. Hmm. Yeah, I would like to sell puts down there. If we get there. It's a big if now. The inability to regain 70 is not a great look. Any thoughts on Carvana? Shorting at 80 was really good last week when I said it was. You can't just put new blood in an old person. Any thoughts on UNH 900Cs? Still stupid. I can't be any more scandalous than I already am, McChuggets. Did you mean where with an A? You want me to wear something more scandalous? Like what? Fishnet crop top? Hmm. Might own one of those. I think my favorite part about wearing a hat all the time on stream is that everyone thinks I'm bald. Snakeskin mini skirt. Whoa. McChuggets isn't prepared for that. You literally got a perm. Not everyone was here for that. Wear something a Fed chair would wear. That really gets me going. Like a purple tie. No one thinks that. They're just baiting you to take it off. Hmm. That might be true. I thought it was the disguise aspect of the hat. If I saw you hatless in the mean streets of Philly, I wouldn't recognize you. Yeah, that's true. It works. Do we have super stonkers in here again? I don't think so. 308 people's about average. You'd have to be silent. I know that voice anywhere. What if it sounds different in person? What if I use. No, let's not pretend I know enough about how to adjust my audio to fake my voice. Never mind. Yeah, I'm just gonna sound like me. There's not a lot of history on CoreWeave, so no. I mean, I don't know. Go look at the options chain. There's some support around 90. Damn, CoreWeave's down hard today. Did they issue more debt or something? Fucking vol picks up sharply under here. Do squeeze these out to 80. Is this shit turning around or what? Hmm. Why would Kohl's be looking? What's the bull case for Kohl's right now? You know why all those stocks squeezed, right? It's not because they're good companies. It's because everybody had to cover their fucking beta baskets that they were short as fuck on from April. If Kohl's gets back out above like I don't know 1680 something, then that might be like another breakout. Bookcase or Kohl's? My mother-in-law spends too much money there. What do they even sell? I thought it was just like an Amazon return center. Whoa. That was fun. That was high pitched. You're okay, Gilgamesh? I have one of these silicone straws, and I just blew air through it and it made a whistling noise. That was very high pitched. Why do you guys still resort to getting your stocks from like Wall Street Bets? I have a tumor? Where? I have all of those subs blocked. Nice. If you sell CCs on them, it works pretty well. But that means owning them. GS has scanners, shill. I know. No, I'm fully in support of shorting vol on Wall Street Bets runners, but you still have to be careful. Just ask AI to replicate a high-performing strategy for you to use on a stock you're interested in, and do the exact opposite. I made the high-pitched sound. Hold on, I can do it again. Ow. Can you not? I don't have any positions. See you later, vape. How did you do that? Nose? No, straw. If Putin did poison Trump with a handshake, do you think he'd have the audacity to disinfect his hands in front of Trump? Yeah. It's crazy how much that comes through the mic. It's really not even, like, in person, it's not even that loud. I guess the mic just picks up the high end better. Handshake poison is gangster. Trump did have that like purple hand with the cover up on it last week. If Trump's dead, has anyone checked on Kiko? We have to unblock Kiko for that. Yeah, because he's old and fat. I have a dermatologist appointment today. I wonder if I could get a facial scrub. Heart surgery? Me? No, I'm fine. Ooh, Klarna's going to IPO. Hmm. Citadel Securities is on track to pay its average employee $2 million in 2025. Are bears piling? Dear God, what am I doing with my life? It's not that hard to get a job there. You could do it, Gil. Kirk's really pulling up the mean there. No, BlackRock sucks. They're notorious for not paying that well. That's why I quit. I can't return to that industry. I can't. No? What else are you gonna do? Get a job doing something that pays infinitely less, but preserves your sanity? Ray Dalio's warning that we're headed towards a 1930s autocracy. OnlyFans. Okay. My fun coupons are now in GLD, but I'm already up 40% on my calls. I have a hankering to double down, but past experience has taught me no. 325's Jan 2026. That seems like a decent hedge to have. Are you balancing that at all? Or is it just just betting on gold? Who let Ray out of the attic again? Ray lets himself out of the attic. Sounds about right. Data centers are an interesting problem to work on right now, though. Are they? I wish positioning would move around a bit more. It was boring. The 80 calls getting sold a little bit. Nice. 50-55 has to be wishful thinking. Oh yeah, but if we hit it, I'm selling bets. Ooh, I have a voicemail. But no phone call. Huh, that's weird. No? Oop, there we go. Back to Dion. Some 85 bot calls on the move up. Calls are still sold at 80. Haven't quite capitulated yet. Yeah, auctions in 3 minutes. Squeeze up if we get 80? Hmm. There's a range from like 85 to 6400. So probably if we break up above 83 and we get some positive, like a little bit of positive delta under us. Eh, not much on the 0 DTE though. 6400 is still a problem. Mm. Auctions in a few seconds. Maybe. We'll see. It's just a 1 year auction. I'm surprised there's any interest at all. Dollar back to dollars is not like a bullish thing. It doesn't do anything. It's to me that the short would be strong with all the floaters. Sure, getting a mortgage right now is going into arms. Hard to get arms. Most people aren't going to qualify for those. I'm trying to think. Yield actual was 366. Not sure if there's a tail. Bid to cover wasn't great at all. Really, really bad, actually. Holy shit. That's not good. Bid to cover was 3.8. I don't think that's bullish. 95 calls closing. 85s aren't closing yet, though. Mm. It looked like a V. It's not yet. Back if we get back into positive gamma, maybe. I really don't like the auction here. This can't be a positive. Demand's just gone on the short end. Bulls haven't really done anything here, though. They're not repositioning higher yet. There's resistance at 80, 85, and 90. It's delta neutral. I mean, it's not particularly supportive to the upside. No, actually, not a lot of put selling near spot. There's some sold puts at 80, very few. The majority of sold puts down at 60 and 50 right now. There's a fairly large, short strangle, 6,400, 6,340. Hmm. That's weird. Mm. Weird. Huh. Max Payne? What the fuck does Max Payne have to do with anything? Did you see all the 6400Ps come in? It's not a lot. It's like 700 of them. Bought. They are bought. You mean the retail's underwater on the day? I mean, no, I know what max pain is. It's just a useless fucking metric. It doesn't tell you anything. On QQQ? Right about where they're at. Delta flips at 56, 562. So the MM's already pretty fucking neutral at spot. Positioning's a bit skewed to the downside though, closer to 560. And there's resistance at 63 to the upside. Tariffs aren't canceled. The Court of Appeals simply upheld the CIT decision. But then that reverts back to the court, the CIT, where they will then determine the affected class. And if the affected class is broader than the class filing the tort, then that will probably also get appealed. And then after that's looped through, maybe to the Supreme Court to discuss the IEPA violation. Still waiting for my illegal tariff refund check. There would have to be restitution, but I'm sure it'll go to the Supreme Court. A little bit of a drop in PC ratio. So maybe some short puts pulling back here on the second test. Still not seeing vol move up. $17 counterparties taking 21.06 billion at repo. Think we see repo hit 0 soon? I just want to break even on my calls at this point. There's a chance. I mean, SPX has room to move up. I'm not sure it's going to, because bears can pile in here. And if the 85 calls test, they might just sell off. So I would be careful of the downside. It doesn't look particularly bullish. And then we already know tech is a little skewed to the downside. So yeah, I would say there's definitely some risk that the upside remains unrealized. But we also have Trump supposedly speaking in 37 minutes, and that could shift things quite a bit. What about industrial cyclicals catching bids as investors leave AI space? So mid to longer term markets down as a whole, but industrials higher. I think industrial investment actually outpaced AI, like manufacturing and industrial based investment outpaced AI investment since the turnaround in April. I would actually argue that those industries are probably going to perform worse than expected over the next couple of quarters. I mean, they're massively impacted by tariffs, and then also like the shift into the U.S. manufacturing base isn't exactly been strong yet. And then the lead time there is wild. I mean, you can't just throw up a fucking factory overnight and start making shit. Then there's capex that has to be considered. Yeah, I don't love the, like, I liked the industrial speculation bet. I don't like the like mid-term industrial bet though. I would say if things are going to rotate out of tech in any meaningful way, we'd probably see healthcare, non-durables, and like utilities, maybe healthcare services pick up. Ooh, there's the 85. All right, all the bot calls are in the money now. Gamma slightly positive, but delta still negative. Not a lot more delta to squeeze to the upside of here either. If they get this above 85, can they get to 6,400? Yeah. Resistance picks up, but they could. 90's got a little bit of bot put interest. 6,400's big resistance. But that's also the last of the bullish positioning now in the money. So now we have to see if bulls hold and lever up or they capitulate. If they close their 85 calls, this is going to dump because there's no downside support really. Why wouldn't Nov, Pax, or Hal improve on increased commodity pricing? Oil's already moving up. Also, technically, Hal not a pickles pick. Well, hasn't been since like fucking what was it, like 2022 when I bought it. And those positions are long gone. I do have Nov and I have Pax. But Pax has been killing it. Pax is up like fucking 43% from the April low. I do have Pax back on drip. Under $14. I expect emerging markets will probably do well. I know what his announcement's for, but that's not why people care. No one gives a shit where Space Command is based. Maybe it matters regionally, but in reality, it's irrelevant. The thing that's relevant is the president alive or is he had a stroke? No, the pictures of him playing golf that's the weird part, right? Is the pictures of him playing golf over the weekend were from 2019. It still hurts, but it's getting better, Dork. Pax PT also raised by JPM to 17 from 15. Nice. How do you think the markets react if it's just Hegseth? Or if there's no public... Yeah, if Trump doesn't appear in public, it starts to get really questionable. I think this would be... it would mark like the longest hiatus from a public sighting since, like, even in his first term. Don't forget to lift objects that weigh more than 80 pounds using entirely your back and do it from awkward positions. That's what I'm doing. That's how you train yourself for the accident that's going to happen, is by replicating it. That's specifically what my spinal surgeon recommended. Yeah, lots of twisting, jerking motions. Ideally after getting out of an ice bath. Like, make sure that the muscles are really tight before you do that. What if Trump does an AI video call? Then he's dead. I'm literally doing that at work right now. Ideally doing it while you're dehydrated and sleep deprived. That's how I did it the first time, yeah. Some bot calls at 95. Some of the 85 calls have capitulated. Bot puts at 90. Bot puts at 6,400. Like 500 bot calls at 95. Wouldn't have moved to quantum, literally. I mean, quantum's not happening anytime soon, but I'm sure the quantum bubble is something that we'll get at some point, but it's horrifically bad for crypto, which would probably be a massive risk off. Carnitas is so tasty. But you gotta have a good salsa verde, otherwise it's just bland. Oop, we're getting some call buying. 95, 6400, 6405, 6410, 6415. Interestingly, 6390 calls taking profit. Weird. Almost mean reversion though. Because quantum computers can crack blockchain very quickly, which makes the security offered by cryptocurrencies worthless. All right, so a little bit of repositioning. I don't see why we can't get the 6400 test now, right? Seems pretty close. God damn it. Why does it keep deleting all the old candles? That annoys the shit out of me. Gotta get that fixed. Stupid fucking data set. Sounds like kind of a flaw in the Bitcoin to the moon plan. Yeah, yeah. That was never that great of a plan, so. Hmm. Getting some sold put 6400. Looks like bulls are buying calls out to 6415 on a break, so keep an eye on that. Sailor doesn't care. He just sells his fucking stock for cash, for dollars. I think we already squeezed off most of the 6400 calls. Yeah. Maybe. I mean, it's still resistance. I should have sold more bull puts at 60. They're still risky. 60 wasn't even supportive. All the interest was at 50. If you don't get a test of like the major level, you're just taking additional risk. You can do it. I don't give a shit what you do. But you have to bet that bulls lever up where you decide to, which is dangerous. It's a lot safer if you actually can confirm it. And I said there was support. Or at least that it was building. You also could have just sold more bull puts when we got above 75 and started to get the reversal. $6,500 end of day? Probably not. Delta's still flat up here. Yeah, not much above 6,400. Starts to fall off. No more negative delta to squeeze on the 0 DTE, so grindier. Grindier upside, but there's bot calls out to 64.10, 64.15, some coming in at 20. So there's still a little bit of room to keep moving up, just on the gamma. 6,400's a little bit of resistance, but I don't know, above like 64.03 or so, we'll probably have another breakout. It might just be a slower one. Just be careful, because, gamma's negative. Dealers are still selling the downtick, and reversals have a high tendency to fail in negative gamma environments. Everyone always thinks it's like the initial bounces are going to be V's, but that doesn't always happen. And like a lower high here on the day is not bullish. Why would I play AVGO earnings? I don't see any significant covering on GME going on. Vol's turning around a little bit, slowly. There's a little, a little bit of covering on XRT, maybe? IJH? Not a ton. BTC correlation's falling a little. Liquidity's kind of tight. You know you have the gamma on the live data page? Could you also add the delta? We have that on the new one. Oh, you mean here? Probably not. Remember. mm, yeah, delta's not gonna be very useful there. Like to what end? Like gamma already describes the change in delta. Mapping delta there doesn't give you anything. But you already have that with gamma. Like, it's just gonna be an S curve. Like it's not gonna. Or well, you're doing like put and call, so you're gonna have like this. Or, it doesn't. It's just lines. Spot's always gonna be there. But so you're talking about Dex, not Delta. We already have that on the new one. Throw a cosine line in there. Pickle jar will trade it. I'm thinking you're thinking that it's going to look different than it would. But we have Dex and Gex, so I mean, you know what Dex is at spot, or like how much supportive delta there is on the 0 DTE. It's just putting it here won't do anything. Like it would literally it would. Let me see if I can show you. It would literally just look like this. Oh well, I guess slightly more over to the right. And then like the middle of that will always be spot. That's just moneyness, though. Like, the change in delta is already represented by the gamma line. Delta doesn't change unless moneyness changes. So I don't know what you're trading. Like, the break even between put and call delta is just always going to be spot. Unless, you know, fucking at the money IV is like 300 or something. You could do, I mean, you can look at DEX by strike, but we already have that over here. I don't know. We got 9 minutes to find out if Trump's alive or not. What am I polling? Vance is going to come out and say, "You guys are still talking about Trump's death? That's ridiculous. He couldn't make it in today because he's hard at work for you, the American people." I feel like if they try to pull any kind of stunt to kick the can, that's just going to further increase suspicions. Anyone have an AirTag on Melania's phone? That'll tell you if he's alive. Why, if she's partying in Monaco, he's definitely dead. Well, the assumption will be 100% that he's dead or dying if he does not appear on camera and coherent. Yeah. Yeah. Which will absolutely be factored in by the bond market immediately. Yeah, I'm not really sure you're playing anything. I mean, if you're using Dex, like the net Dex that strikes, sure. But yeah, just the delta is just going to be S curves. There was a rumor that Melania was seen at Walter Reed Medical Center yesterday. Why would she go there? That doesn't sound real. Why do we think Trump died? The longest stretch without a public appearance in both of his terms. Generally, the president doesn't disappear for 7 days, given that they are arguably one of the most watched figures in the world. And so far, there's been no proof of life during that period. Also, just like a bunch of other suspicious shit, like they're throwing like bags of garbage out of the windows at the White House, and like they said Trump was golfing, but then released pictures from 2019, and then Trump made a Truth Social post that had grammar and vocabulary that were several grade levels above his own understanding. I go MIA for 7 days and no one cares. I do. I DM you if you're gone for more than 36 hours. I have a notification thing. Don't worry. I got you, Nuke. He's also a massive narcissist and compulsed to be in front of people in the press all of the time in order to receive the praise he needs for sustenance. Carolyn not holding a presser to refute the rumors. Yeah. The shift in rate cut expectations today does make jolts less impactful tomorrow. Or yeah, tomorrow. But still important. I said several grid levels above his understanding. The old switcheroo? What switcheroo? Trump's body double? Nobody in his base will fall for that. He's easily like one of the most recognizable people. Not just his appearance, right? Like you can't just appear him. He needs to speak on camera and be cogent and cognizant of what's going on around him and in apparently good health. Like it's actually a big deal. It doesn't matter how dumb his base is. They've spent so much time with their heads firmly implanted in that man's ass that they would identify a fake in a second. Not possible. Can't do it with AI either. Supposed to start right now. Does that flag fall to half staff? This is as close as cameras will get, and we'll just hear a voice, which is a press stunt, which we already covered. That's part of the poll. But press stunt is the same effect as there being something wrong, right? If he's incapacitated, then rates are likely to stay higher for longer. I mean, a lot of the Fed rate cut expectations are based around Trump trying to bully away the independence of the Fed. So if Trump's no longer going to be enacting that, not to mention just the CDS risk alone and the power vacuum that would be created by any kind of incapacitation of the president. Why would I monitor Truth Social? I mean, it doesn't. The last post that he posted on Truth Social was very obviously not written by him. Like you can post tweets and memes and you can release pictures that was like for 3 years ago, but like none of that is proof of life, right? Oh shit. Um, if he doesn't show up, drop into end of day would probably be. Uh, yeah, I could see that generating some fear. Are you interesting travel bidets for emergencies? Yeah. What's the can kicking? There are concerns because the president has not been around for a very long time. He hasn't appeared publicly for like 7 days now. News ticker, Trump giving messages. Mm. What news ticker? Juice is down. Really? I've got a SSL error on it. The White House press office releasing statements to the press is not Trump in front of a fucking camera. Mm. Mm. Yeah, failing 90 is not good. Bot puts only came in down to 95 though. There's support at 63.80 on the sold put side. So maybe we could slip back to DN. Delta falls negative here. That could accelerate the drop off and we see in gamma. Yeah, I would say 80 is probably the low target. 80 or like 82. Yeah, I still don't see any statements from Trump. Pretty sure there's no way they would have stopped it leaking that he's dead. Well, maybe not dead, but like a stroke or something. You bastard. Official White House news. This guy potato. I feel like you probably wouldn't have access to his medical records. But if you, sure, if you want to. Unless there's some sort of, no, I don't see that. Trump recently destroyed a Horcrux, as can be seen on his hand. It disappeared just like Dumbledore. I saw your hard work, Eric. I haven't been around a lot lately, but it's great to come in here for a dose of clarity on the regular. Thank you for manning the battlements so diligently. No problem. Mm. Mhm. Mm. You think the White House will admit to polonium poisoning? Or hide it in order to avoid total nuclear Armageddon? Why would that be nuclear Armageddon? I bought some UNG. Okay. Hoping Trump dies and the Medicare and Medicaid money start flowing back in. No, the sell-off's not due to Trump. It's due to higher issuance of corporate debt and the fact that mechanically we were going to dump anyway and started to last Friday. I'm sure there's some risk being priced in around Trump. Um, I like how late they are to go live. Yeah, 30 minutes so far. It's not a good look. No, I haven't gotten a new car yet. Looking at a couple, but a bunch of the dealers were like closed yesterday. So maybe later today. I have to go to the doctor's, but after that I might look. I wonder why. Yeah, I thought it was weird for dealerships to be closed on Labor Day too. But like BMW and Mercedes were both closed, and so was Lexus. I'm kind of torn. Either this is a weird range, but like the Ionic 6, the Kia EV6, or the i4 or i5. And I think those are the only ones I'm still interested in. Well, maybe the Mercedes EQE, but I haven't looked at it yet. I haven't had a chance. Yeah, I'm gonna get an electric one. Yeah, the Honda's a kind of a piece of shit. Honestly, they're not too dissimilar from one another. As far as like features and stuff, the Hyundai and the Kia are pretty close to the BMW, but the fit and finish is obviously not as nice. I shop for a Honda this weekend because of your recommendations. Yeah, all of the coolant hoses in it are plastic. I mean, if you're leasing it, fine. Yeah, I know the 5 has a higher ride height. Yeah, the Prologue was pretty terrible. It is a GM vehicle. The numbers on it are still really good, and like any repairs that it would have would fall under warranty, but I just don't like it very much. I don't think it was very comfortable. That's not, I mean, I have a hybrid now. I prefer hybrids because charging a car is a pain in the ass. But the discounts on the electric vehicles are just insane right now. I bet you fall for the EQ. I don't know. It's probably going to be pretty hard to get me off of the BMW. Like like I mean, the Tesla is really just the best electric car, but the BMW is probably a close second. I hate to say that, but I've looked at them all, and the Tesla is just, I mean, the Tesla is just a generation ahead of everyone else. At least. If not two generations ahead or 3 generations ahead of Toyota. I've looked at Lucids, they're just overpriced. I'm not interested. They're nice, but like the risk and the parts repairs are a nightmare. Like people get them on lease, and then you're paying the fucking lease while it's in the shop for 3 months. I don't want a Miata. I can't even sit in one of those fucking things. I've had BMWs before. I like Beamers. You can't get BYDs in the US. VinFast pieces of shit. Used take-ins are 50% off. Just skip the 2020 model year. Really? I haven't seen any super good deals on those. But I would be interested. I mean, that's just that's just like the VW electric platform, which not been a fan of in the Audi or the Volkswagen. I'm not buying a Rivian. I don't want any startup company vehicles. The next generation of like Lexus EV looks a lot better. Like the improvements to the BZ4, more range, more horsepower. It looks a lot better, but that's 2026. I don't know if I'd trust Mazda's first generation electric. I'm usually a diehard Mercedes fan. If you're going electric BMW, I'm gonna look at the Mercedes. I've owned them before. They're fine. Don't what? Any advice on constructing a chicken coop? Well, I think you need wood and chicken wire. Is this gonna rocket if he's alive? Is he alive? No, I don't think it requires any plumbing. What if it just cuts to a live feed of Trump in Moscow? The Chevy Equinox is the same as the Hyundai Prologue. Or the Honda Prologue, rather. I wouldn't get the ID Buzz. That thing looks fucking stupid. No HVAC. You just need it's like a large wooden box wrapped with wire. Like an open air box, and you wrap it with wire. And then you build like a little birdhouse inside it. I've driven the EQE, the i4-5 a decent amount. If you want more cruiser luxury, I'd say EQE. If you want sporty, i4-5. The only other big difference is that the EQE is almost all touchscreen. Yeah. I mean, I feel like the handling in the BMW is probably way the fuck better than the EQE. I mean, generally speaking, Mercedes handling sucks. And I've owned like several AMGs, and I've hated the handling in all of them. It's like driving a fast boat. You should check out Lord Beezer's cheap shit tiny ass EV pickup truck. What's it called? That's not a name. Slate? Ew. They're not even available. Jesus Christ, it's the exact size of an 85 SR5. No, yeah, I'm not worried about that. When and if they sell one, I'll consider it. God damn, the EQE's got a big battery pack. Hmm. End of day prediction. We keep dropping till Trump shows up. White House posted what looks like an in memoriam reel earlier. What is this I'm reading about? I don't fucking know. He's on a radio show. That's not in person. What did we test on the low here? 84? Yeah, there's still some 80 support. There's some bot puts at 85 though that are holding up. And the 95, 6400 bot puts and the money you're holding. Looks like the 90, 95 calls are selling off. The only bullish positioning around spot is some sold puts at 63.90.
Well, thank you very much. It's a very important day and an important announcement with great friends of mine. I think I can say this group is every one of them. I rate a 10. I can't always say that, even if they're Republicans, and these are Republicans, great Republicans. I want to thank you all for being here for this important announcement, 7 years in the making. As you know, this has been going on for a long period of time, and I am thrilled to report that the U.S. Space Command headquarters will move to
this is the least orange I've
beautiful
ever seen him.
locale of a place called Huntsville, Alabama, forever to be known from this point forward as Rocket City. Okay, so Huntsville, Alabama, we love Alabama. I only won it by about 47 points. I don't think that influenced my decision, though, right? That didn't, right? But we had a lot of competition for this, and Alabama's getting it, Huntsville in particular. So congratulations, everybody. Katie, congratulations. This will result in more than 30,000 Alabama jobs, and probably much more than that, and hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, and that's billions because it can't be.
Well, you'll know if it's the real
billions and
Trump if
billions
he
of
starts
dollars.
just
Most
prattling
importantly,
on
this
about
decision will help
nothing that has
America
to do with
defend
the-
and dominate the high frontier, as they call it. I want to thank Secretary Pete Hegseth. He's doing a fantastic job. And Secretary of the Air Force Troy Mink. Troy, thank you very much. Great job you're doing, Troy. This is such a big deal. This is one that everybody wanted to know. What are you doing? I also want to thank Senators
Why is
Katie
everyone
Britt,
standing
and I
around
want to give my condolences. Your grandmother, her grandmother just passed away. She was 100, right?
100, and she loves you, Mr. President.
Well, and she was very proud of you.
Thank you very much.
Very, very proud of you. So thank you, Katie.
Wonderful woman.
She must have been. To produce you indirectly, I can tell you she had to be. Tommy Tuberville, who's a great coach, and I won't say anything about what happened with Alabama football this weekend,
Let's leave that out.
but you're not used to that, right? You're not used to that. But Tommy, Auburn won, that's right. They did. So you're happy. Tommy's been a great senator,
here.
as you know, and a fantastic guy all around. He was also a tremendous coach.
Yeah,
House
still a
Armed
potato.
Services Committee Chair Mike Rogers. Thank you, Mike. Where's Mike? Mike,
We didn't
thank
see
you
him
very
walk
much.
in.
Doing great.
Nah.
Representatives Barry Moore, all
do I
great friends,
fast
Robert
forward in real time
Adderholt,
with
Gary
that?
Palmer, and Dale Strong. Thank you all very much, fellas. Appreciate it. In my first term, I created a thing called Space Force, so important. You know, we were losing the race in space very badly to China and to Russia, and now we're far and away #1 in space, and reestablished Space Com
It's okay. I bought a call the
with a
second
mission
he
to
got on
protect
screen.
American space assets
Let's
and
fucking
detect
go.
any threat to our homeland. We initially selected Huntsville for the Spacecom headquarters, yet those plans were wrongfully obstructed by the Biden
64.15
administration.
still reasonable.
And as you know,
there's
they
a lot
moved
more
them to a
sold calls
different
to the upside of the spot now
locale.
than there were.
And today we're moving forward with what
hold
we
on,
want to
let me
do
look.
and the place that we want to have this. And this will be there for hopefully hundreds of years. That's where it's going to be. I will say I want to thank Colorado. The problem I have with
Yeah,
Colorado,
maybe.
one of the big problems, they do mail-in voting. They went to all mail-in voting. So they have automatically crooked
Big
elections.
resistance above
And we can't
6,400,
have that. When
6,430.
the state is
so.
for mail-in voting, that means they want dishonest elections because that's what that means. So that played a big factor also. In Huntsville, Spacecom will play a key role in building the Golden Dome, as you know. That's going to be a big thing. Everybody wants to be a participant in it. Missile Defense Shield, we're going to be having a Golden Dome that the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. The finest, the best. And by the way, Canada called. They want to be a part of it, and that'll be great.
Jamie got
But Canada wants
little
very
bit of
much to be
covering today, but it
included
doesn't
in
look
that,
like it's
and we're going to work
significant
something
anyway
out
so
with them, I
far.
hope. It will also ensure that our technological capabilities,
Might
of
be
which
getting-
we're
starting
way
to
ahead
get
of
more.
anybody else, there's nobody close, remain unmatched
We'll see.
long into the future. So I'd like to ask Secretary Hegseth to say a few words. He was very much a part of it. And really, everybody behind me was. Every one of these people would call me and lobby me. I
What
said,
Rocket did.
Katie, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I know what you want. She said, that's right, sir. That's what I want.
Stuffed at 6,400.
And they got their way. So I just want to congratulate. These are really special people. They're politicians in many ways, but they're great patriots, I think even more so than politicians. So they fought very hard to get it, and it's an honor to give it to Huntsville. Pete, say a few words, please.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr. President.
He can move.
As usual, right place, right time, for the right reason. In your first administration, you established the Space Force at a time when we
So maybe
knew
just
we
a
had to be
medical
looking to that
procedure?
domain of space. You also reestablished Spacecom to ensure that priority was put in place, and you, through the Air Force, independently identified that Huntsville, Alabama was the right place to put it. For other reasons, in the next administration under Biden, they decided to move it somewhere else. Well, during that time, the DoD Inspector General, the Government Affairs Office, they did their own assessments, and where did they say Spacecom should go? Huntsville, Alabama. So
The
what you're
suit and
doing today,
posture
Mr.
look
President, is
different.
restoring it to
not gonna
precisely
dig
where it
into
should
that.
be based on what the
He's either
Space
dead or
Force,
he's not.
the Air Force, your leadership believes will give us strategic advantage in the future. That is Huntsville, Alabama. We are way ahead in space, but this will ensure we stay leaps and bounds ahead because that's the most important domain. Whoever controls the skies will control the future of warfare. And Mr. President, today you're ensuring that happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Katie, would you like to say something?
Now, Hegseth looks like he's been drunk
Mr.
for
President,
days,
we are
but
grateful for your leadership
that's
on
pretty
this
standard.
and restoring Space Command to its rightful home in Huntsville, Alabama. This delegation
he's
has worked
lubed up.
together, both chambers, both parties,
Trump
to
is
make
not
sure that
CGI.
Huntsville was the place that Space Command called home.
Have you ever
As was
seen an
mentioned,
AI
obviously
video?
the Biden administration chose to make this political. What we want to do is put the safety and security of Americans first. We want to make sure that our war fighter is put first, and we want to make sure that America continues to lead. And today, Mr. President, you've allowed that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tommy, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a great day for our country, not just for our state of Alabama. We need help in our military. We need to catch up. And as Secretary has said,
Are
we,
they too loud?
we're not behind in space, but we know where we're at, and we need to expound on that. Now, this move
I've never
will
been
save
to
the
Alabama.
taxpayers $480
I don't think. Well, no,
million.
that's not true. I have.
It's not going to cost more. It's going to cut $480 million. We have the plans intact. It'll be behind a secure wall in Huntsville, Alabama, at Redstone Arsenal. We have 40,000 people there. We have the FBI there. We have missile defense there. We have NASA, Blue Origin, and SpaceX. It is the perfect place for Space Command. I would tell you today, and I've spoke with the president for the last 3 or 4 years about this. If I thought it needed to go somewhere else because I understand the security of our country, I'd be for that. But the best place for Space Command is Huntsville, Alabama, because what we have and what it means to this country is going to be so important. So thank you, Mr. President, for this, and we look forward to building a huge Space Command and having the Donald J. Trump Space Command Center in Huntsville,
Thanks
Alabama.
to the penalty. I came home to more money in my port for a change, which was weird for me. Nice. Well done, first-time
Mr.
caller.
President, thank you. I'll be very brief here. I lobbied the president hard to put it in Ohio, but he said these people behind us, these Alabamas, are just too powerful and too persuasive. And so it's in Alabama, but as Tommy said, this is exactly the right place for Space Force and Space Command. I think Americans ought to appreciate it and ought to appreciate the fact that you can't win the battle of the future unless you control the skies. The cyber security, the communications, the entire infrastructure of the
lower
battle
highs.
in the 21st century will be in
I don't
space.
know.
It was a
There's
visionary
definitely-
move in the
there's
first
definitely still
administration
bears
for the
at
president to set up
6,400.
Space Force, and I think an equally visionary move to make sure that Space Force is right where it should be in Huntsville, Alabama. Thank you, sir.
I mean, there's nothing legitimately bullish about any of this.
Mr. President, another promise made, another promise kept.
Like, who gives a
Think
shit
about
where
it,
the fuck
Redstone Arsenal
Space
is
Force
critical
is
to national
located?
security. The president said when you were the 45th president, let's do what's right for national security. And today, that's exactly what we're doing. It's not because of this or that. It's because it's right for national security. You think of the 21 categories that were evaluated to determine what was best for national security. All indicators pointed back to Huntsville, Alabama, and Redstone Arsenal. We have the right people.
Does
at
JD
the
have a
right place
bruise
at
on
the
his
right
forehead?
time.
Did the
Mr.
couch
President, on
finally
behalf of the
fight
people of the
back?
5th Congressional District and all of Alabama, thank you for keeping your word. Absolutely.
Let me just say, Mr. President,
That entire base is going to be staffed by
thank you for
that
doing this
man's
because it was the right thing to
immediate
do.
family.
All the when they looked at all the numbers, Huntsville was the place to go, and like you say, it was unfortunately pulled out, but you made it right. So I want to just say thank you again for a grateful nation, and to the state of Alabama, we're very grateful. Thank you, and God bless. Thank you.
Sister, wife, and
Thank you,
his
Mr.
daughter,
President.
grandma.
Throughout history, militaries has always understood that whoever could hold the high ground held the advantage. Space is the ultimate high ground. And what we're doing with moving the Space Command to Huntsville is absolutely critical to our maintaining dominance in that sphere. And it goes hand in hand with what we're trying to do with the Golden Dome and missile defense, to defend against anyone else who tries to enter that sphere. So thank you, Mr. President.
6,400 still resistance.
Thank you, Mr. President. And obviously, national defense is a huge issue. And when you look at the scores, Alabama was #1, and for political reasons, it was moved out of our state. But, Mr. President, thank you for making priorities the defense and the warfighter and the safety of this nation. And in the big, beautiful bill, that Golden Dome will be built in Huntsville, Alabama, and we're grateful for that. Thank you.
Listen, as chairman of the Armed Services Committee, I care very much about what's most important for our national security. And the president held a nationwide competition to determine where we should have this command. If y'all remember, at the end of that competition, where Alabama came in first, there was a lot of complaints from the other states who did not place well. He said, we'll do it over with new criteria to accommodate your concerns. Alabama came in first in that second competition. His Secretary of the Air Force reviewed the results, said it was fair, and the president named Huntsville. It was the Biden administration that decided to make it political, even though his own Secretary of the Air Force said it was a fair competition and it should be in Huntsville. So I want you to know I appreciate this
It's
president
so weird that he's letting all these
standing
other
up and
people
being
speak
strong
instead
and
of
saying
hogging
he's
the
gonna make
mic
this right
and
put it
rambling
where it
about
rightfully belongs.
bullshit.
That's Huntsville, Alabama.
Don't worry, he'll get the last word in.
So thank
The
you all
last
very
1,000
much.
words.
You are going to leave me alone now? You're not going to call me anymore and talk about this subject, right? You promise? They'll start something else. But I just want to congratulate you. It's a very big deal. When you come out and when you leave the room, you'll see that we just, over the last few minutes, literally shot out a boat, a drug-carrying boat, a lot of drugs in that boat. And you'll be seeing that, and you'll be reading about that. It just happened moments ago, and our great general, head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who's been so incredible, including what took place in Iran, knocking out potential nuclear power for a long time to come. I think within a month they would have had it if we didn't do what we did. But he gave us a little bit of a briefing. And you'll see, and there's more where that came from. We have a lot of drugs pouring into our country, coming in for a long time. And we just, these came out of Venezuela and coming out very heavily from Venezuela. A lot of things are coming out of Venezuela. So we took it out, and you'll get to see that after this meeting is over. Do you have any questions, please? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tuberville talked about the cost savings
Yeah.
associated with this announcement. Can you talk about the strategic benefits by having Space Force Command headquartered in Huntsville?
Well, it just works because we have so much else there. And having a central, you could call it a central command, but it really is a command station. Also, even locationally, where it is, and when you think about flying distances, if you can save a half an hour as fast as some of these planes go and things go, and even the rockets go, if you can save by having the best location. So we went out, as you know, to experts, and we had 4 different groups of experts. They all said this was the best location. I also loved it from the standpoint, I know the people of Alabama, they are great people, work hard, and there's no games, and they're very proud of it. And I would say they fought harder for it than anybody else also. A lot of states, 5 states really wanted it, but they wanted it more. And I kid you not when I say that these people, they spoke to me a lot. That's all they wanted to talk about. They didn't want to talk about the weather. They only wanted to talk about moving to this location, moving to Alabama, Huntsville in particular. So we're honored to do it. They really wanted it badly, and they got it. Peter?
President Trump, something completely different, but about a big viral social media trend over the weekend. How did you find out over the weekend that you were dead? You see that?
No.
People didn't see you for a couple days. 1.3 million user engagements as of Saturday morning about your demise.
Really? I didn't see that. You know, I have heard, it's sort of crazy, but last week I did numerous news conferences, all successful. They went very well. Like this is going very well. And then I didn't do any for 2 days, and they said, there must be something wrong with him. Biden wouldn't do them for months. You wouldn't see him. And nobody ever said there was ever anything wrong with him, and we know he wasn't in the greatest of shape. No, I heard that. I get reports. Now, you knew I did an interview that lasted for about an hour and a half with somebody, and everybody saw that was on one of your competitors. I did numerous shows and also did a number of truths, long truths, I think pretty poignant truths. No, I was very active over the weekend. They also knew I went out to visit some people at the club that I own, pretty nearby on the Potomac River. And no, I've been very active actually over the weekend. I didn't hear that one. That's pretty serious stuff.
I'm glad it's
Well, it's fake news. You know, it's just it's so fake. That's why the media has so little credibility. I knew they were saying, like, is he okay? How's he feeling? What's wrong? I said, I just left. And it's also sort of a longer weekend, you know, it's Labor Day weekend. So I would say a lot of people know I was very active this Labor Day. I had heard that, but I didn't hear it to that extent. Go ahead, Peter.
something else. We know that this country has a huge problem with school shootings. You've said that you're open to sending the National Guard pretty much anywhere. Would you ever consider sending an armed National Guardsman to every school?
Well, we have a big problem with school shooting, but we also have thousands and thousands of schools that run perfectly. You know, they talk about you can do things construction-wise, and that's really, I think nobody knows more about construction than me. You can build the construction doors. You can build what they call safety doors. where they lock on the outside, the inside, and every place else. Well, but if one of these lunatics happens to get through, then the police can't get in. Then they're looking for keys all over the place, and it takes a lot of disadvantages to doing, spending billions and billions of dollars and actually making it safer in some way for some of these lunatics that we're dealing with. But I don't think so. I've thrown out the concept. We have great teachers that love our children. The parents love the children. Teachers love the children too. And if you took a small percentage of those teachers that were in the military, that were distinguished in the military, that were in the National Guard, et cetera, and you let them carry, that's something that a lot of people like. I sort of liked it. It'd have to be studied, but they're trained. They know about weapons. You can't do it with every teacher because most teachers don't know, but I always thought that would be an alternative. But it just, we've had a lot of instances. Other countries have also. They have different kinds of problems than we have, but we do have, there's something going on, and it's a bad thing. Yes, please.
Have you spoken with President Putin in the past week? Have you spoken with President Putin in the past week?
Yeah, I don't want to, I have learned things that will be very interesting. I think in the next few days you'll find out.
Will there be any consequences if there isn't some type of announcement of a meeting with President Putin and President Zelensky?
Yeah,
and what could those consequences be?
We're going to see what happens. We're going to see what they do and what happens. I'm watching it very closely. Last week they lost 7,000, between the two countries, 7,313 soldiers, to be somewhat exact, for no reason whatsoever. And they're Russian and they're Ukrainian, but, they're soldiers. I want to see it end. Yeah.
Mr. President, have you decided you're definitely going to send National Guard troops to Chicago?
I didn't say when, but the answer is, look, Chicago's very interesting because I watched Pritzker get up and say we don't need help, we're safe. But 2 weeks ago, they had 6 people murdered, and they had 24 people hit by bullets. Last week, as you know, it was 7 people, 24 people hit, and 7 people died. And then over the last 2 days, that was the crown jewel. They had, I guess, 9 or 10 killed, and 50 hit with bullets. And you have this governor get up, who's a terrible governor. Probably he and Gavin Newsom would be probably the 2 worst and most naive. They're naive. Either they're naive or they're very untruthful. And he'll say, we don't want any protection. We don't need. So in the last 3 weeks, he's lost almost 20 people killed. There's no place in the world, including you can go to Afghanistan, you can go to places that you would think of.
Toddler's train of thought is more coherent.
Chicago is a hellhole right now. Baltimore is a hellhole right now. Parts of Los Angeles are terrible. If we didn't put out the fires, and I mean the other fires, the bullet fires, they didn't do a good job with, they should have had the water coming down, like I said. We had to release the water. We had to go in and release the water to L.A. It's so badly run. But if I didn't send the National Guard into Los Angeles, I would be making an announcement today. I'd be talking about Huntsville, and I'd simultaneously be saying, by the way, the Olympics is not coming to Los Angeles. If we didn't do that, and even the sheriff, the top law enforcement person in Los Angeles said, we could not have handled it without them. So that's what he said.
Did you make your mind up on Chicago, though?
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in. When you lose, look, I have an obligation. This isn't a political thing. I have an obligation.
Supports building.
We lose when 20
more
people are killed over the last
puts
2.5
at
weeks.
95, more
and
sold puts at 6,400.
75 are shot with bullets. So let me
and then
tell
I
you a
think
little story
next
about a
upside
place called
resistance would be like
DC,
6,415.
District of Columbia, right
20.
here where we are. It's now a safe zone.
So just watch like
We have no
402
crime. We have,
for a
it's in
breakout
such
if you
great
wanna try to
shape. You
play
can
the
go and
upside.
actually walk with your
That
children,
seems
your
the
wife, your
most
husband. You can walk right down the
realistic
middle of the
range
street.
to the
You're not going to be
upside.
shot, Peter.
Downside's
You're
still
safe.
about 85, 80.
Everyone likes you
where we
anyway. They
tested
probably
before.
wouldn't do it. But it's so
most
dangerous.
likely
And there are people in this
close,
audience
I would say
that
probably
you've
like
suffered greatly.
85 or 90.
There are people in this audience that have been mugged. and hurt badly, and they don't want to talk about it. Maybe you were very brave
Especially
in
if
talking
this
about it. You
just
made quite an
passes
impression on a lot of
without
people.
any,
I appreciate it. But there were other people in this room that have been hurt very badly just walking down the street in D.C.
Any other random
Washington,
announcements?
D.C. is a safe zone right now. It's a safe city. The restaurants are open. They're booming. You can't get a restaurant. New restaurants are announcing that they're going to be open.
They were fucking
This
open
took place
before.
in 12 days. Now it's 15 days, but 3 days ago it became what's known as a safe zone. It's a safe city. And this city was really bad. Really, really bad. We took 1,600 people out, hardcore criminals that will not be coming back anytime soon. And we're very proud of it. You know, to have our nation's capital lose every week. You know, it was like years, many years, where every single week somebody was killed for many, many, many consecutive weeks. This went on for years. And then we had, last week it was announced that nobody was killed last week. And I made that announcement in front of a very distinguished leader of a country. And I'm saying proudly, ladies and gentlemen, nobody was killed in Washington, D.C. this week. He looked at me like, what's that all about? I say, yeah, we have a little bit of a crime problem, and we don't have a crime problem in Washington anymore. And the mayor has been very helpful, and the police commission has been very helpful, and it's been a great team. And I would love to have Governor Pritzker call me. I'd gain respect for him and say, we do have a problem, and we'd love you to send in the troops, because you know what? The people, they have to be protected. I saw today on one of your networks, not a friendly network, except really the opposite, I would say, very unfriendly network. And they interviewed about 12 people on this morning. Most of them were African American, they were black. And they were saying, please, please, please let the president send in. These were people from Chicago. Please, we need help. We need help. We can't walk outside. We're petrified. If the governor of Illinois would call me up, I would love to do it. Now, we're going to do it anyway. We have the right to do it because I have an obligation to protect this country. And that includes Baltimore. I saw where Governor Moore was asking me to take a walk down the street of Baltimore. Well, Baltimore is a very unsafe place. It's rated number 4 in the city, one of the most unsafe places anywhere in the world. But, you know, we took care. This was a beautiful thing that happened in Washington because we showed that it could be done. And this wasn't just sending big, strong guys, and they are big and they are strong. You know, we had a great decision from the Supreme Court that had to do with sort of talent. It had to do with you are put down based on merit. You can hire based on merit. So merit for a soldier or for a policeman is strong, physically fit, having a certain ability, not a person that is woke and got the job through woke, but wasn't strong enough to lift a gun out of the holster, et cetera, et cetera. No, I looked at the police. As you know, last week I went over, we had a meeting with, there had to be 300 people, and they were all very impressive looking. And when the bad guys see them, they're not going to do a thing. And so I'm very proud of Washington. It serves as a template, and we're going to do it elsewhere. But Chicago is certainly going to be high. I would love to have him call. I would love the governor of Illinois. I'd be honored to take his call. All he has to do is say, sir, we need help. It's out of control. And everyone knows it is. He's not kidding anyone. I would love to have, I would say, Governor Moore call, because I watched him over the weekend trying to explain that Baltimore, what they need is housing. No, they don't need housing. They need to get rid of the criminals. These are hardcore criminals. You know, we took many people off the streets of Washington, D.C. They're hardcore. They're not going to be good. In 10 years, in 20 years, in 2 years, they're going to be criminals. They were born to be criminals, frankly. They were born to be criminals, and they're tough and mean, and they'll cut your throat, and they won't even think about it the next day. They won't even remember that they did it. And we're not going to have those people. Washington, D.C. is now a safe zone. It's a safe place, and you can walk, Katie, you can walk right down the street with, by the way, one of the biggest human beings I've ever seen, which is her husband. He was a football player for like 11 years in the NFL. He's a big person. But big doesn't mean anything when they have guns and when they have knives and everything else that they have, right? But you can walk right down the street, even by yourself, and you're totally safe. Washington, D.C. is a great thing. Yes, ma'am, please.
Mr. President, as you're calling on Democratic leaders across the country to work with you on crime, do you see your efforts here in D.C., including, for example, working with Mayor Bowser here as a model for bringing more bipartisanship in matters not only with crime, but also issues that matter to everyday American people's lives?
So Mayor Bowser's been great. She could have taken the thing, oh, well, and then after I clean it up, they'll take credit for it. You know what they do is they take credit. Like, we cleaned up Los Angeles. We did a great job there. And it was overwhelming what was going on. And again, the police chief made a statement that we could not have done, there's no way they could handle it. You saw what was happening out there. It was going to be a disaster. We stopped it cold. If we didn't do that, would have been a very sad day. And you know, remember, we have the Olympics, we have the World Cup, we have all these things coming, and we have 250, all of these things coming. But I watched Newsom get up and say he's doing a great, he's not, we're the ones that did it, and that's okay, whatever it takes, but the main thing is but he got up and said, we did it. Well, he didn't want us there, and he's going to need us again because it's starting to form again. I see it. It's starting to form again. You know, we have to maintain. It's like maintenance on an airplane. You can buy it, but you have to maintain it. And if you don't maintain it, a good plane becomes very unsafe very quickly. So it's an honor to do it. It's a lot of presidents wouldn't do what I'm doing. I don't need this heat. But when I watched television last night and I'm watching the news and I see that 9 people were killed in Chicago and 54 were badly wounded with bullets, I say, that's not this country. We have to do something. And I do say this, I say this very much. I'm not speaking to anybody but them right now. I would love to receive calls from governors and mayors saying they need help. We'll help them. We have a lot of people. We have a great force. We have a great military force. You know, Pete will tell you that when I was running for office, and this was a big headline, I think, you know, probably got me a couple of votes, but you couldn't sign people in the military. Nobody wanted to join the military, the Army, Air Force, the Navy, Marines, Space Force, Coast Guard. We never forget Coast Guard because they've done such a great job. Never. But nobody wanted to join any of them. We were way below what we wanted. Every single one. The closest was the Marines, whatever that is. You'll explain that to me. But the closest was the Marines. But every service was way down, way down. And then I got elected, and our country's the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. Everybody's talking about the USA. They're talking about the job that we're doing. Everybody. We have the best economy. We have a very, very important decision being made by the Supreme Court because our country is the richest, the strongest, the most powerful. But if for some reason some liberal court, I'm talking about the court that just ruled, where even an Obama judge voted in favor of us, which I gave him a compliment yesterday, as you know. I said that took great courage. But it's a liberal court. And it's going up to the Supreme Court.
The momentum of their margin improvement
incredible
has been
people. I think they've made very wise
better, but like, I don't know what you're
decisions.
asking. I don't really know that much about the company.
Question, because without the tariffs, this country is in serious, serious trouble. We've taken in almost $17 trillion of investment is coming in. Most of it is coming because of tariffs.
You hate money.
And if for some reason somebody
just wait for
to be
earnings
politically
and then
correct.
pick a
I actually think
direction
it's unpolitically correct. I think politically correct is to approve it because there's nothing so popular as what's happened to our country. Our country is doing so well. But we had a liberal court gave us a very shocking ruling.
I don't know anything about
and that ruling is basically saying that the trillions of dollars that are pouring into our country, putting us in a position like no country is anywhere in the world, that they'd like to see us.
You can look at past data.
A lot of the people behind that lawsuit
kind of fucking useless.
Are from foreign countries. I might add.
You've been here for 4 years.
There's a video that is circulating online now of the White House where a window is open to the residents upstairs, and somebody is throwing a big bag out the window. Have you seen this?
No, that's probably AI generated.
So
actually, you can't open the windows.
Okay,
you know
definitely not AI.
They're all heavily armored and bulletproof.
Not true. That's only in the.
Well, it's got to be because I know every window up there. The last place I'd be doing it is that because there's cameras all over the place, right, including yours. No, but every window, I've never seen a window that's, in fact, my wife was complaining about it the other day. She said, love to have a little fresh air come in, but you can't. They're bulletproof. And number one, they're sealed. And number two, each window weighs about 600 pounds. You have to be pretty strong to open them up. No, that has to be, where was the window? Let me see.
Are they showing up the video?
Which is the window?
It looks like this is on the 15th Street side, I think.
Yeah.
So right here.
Yeah, those windows are sealed. Those windows are they're all sealed. You can't open them.
What you were saying regarding the federal.
It's the kind of thing they do. And one of the problems we have with AI, it's both good and bad. If something happens really bad, just blame AI. But also they create things, you know, it works both ways. If something happens that's really bad, maybe I'll have to just blame AI. But there's truth to it because I see so many phony things. I saw something as I was growing up, from the time I was a baby till now. I said, who did that? It was AI generated. So it's a little bit scary.
What he doesn't know is the pickle jar has been blaming AI for years.
Heavily sealed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to follow up with what you were saying regarding that federal appellate court that ruled against you and your administration as it relates to your ability.
Well, they ruled against our country, the court, and they ruled against us before. It's a very liberal court.
You called it highly partisan in your
Well, it
social
certainly
media
is.
posts.
It certainly
and in
is.
fact, it was along ideal.
No one's gonna be allowed to open windows
Well,
in the
except
White
that
House
we
now.
actually got one
Yeah,
of
all the windows in the
Obama
White House are
judges
perfectly
that was
normal,
appointed by
except for the
President
ones in the
Obama,
Oval Office.
Voted in favor of the tariffs because he felt it was imperative for our country to thrive and survive even. And I gave him credit. I said, you know what? That took a lot of courage for him to do it because you
Yeah,
don't see
using
that
to
often.
delegitimize the press,
Imagine,
which is an
you're
ongoing
going
thing.
to appeal that all the way to the Supreme Court.
Well, we already have, yeah. In fact, we're doing something else. We're going to be going to the Supreme Court, we think, tomorrow, because we need an early decision. I mean, look, the financial fabric of our country, we're a rich, incredible country right now, and we're able to, you know, other countries use tariffs on us for years, and we never did. I did a lot during my first term, but then we had COVID, and we had to focus on other things. You couldn't be tariffing Italy, Spain, France, as they were dying by the thousands and millions. But we did with China, and China paid us billions and billions of dollars. And I started the process, but then I had to end it a little bit because of COVID. We focused on that. But no, it's a very important decision. And frankly, if they make the wrong decision, it would be a devastation for our country. We've taken in trillions of dollars. And by the way, all these countries signed agreements, as an example. They signed, they're all happy, everybody's happy. But some whack job put in a lawsuit. It went before a very liberal court, and the liberal court ruled, it was 11, they ruled 7-4, with one of the most liberal of them all voting in our favor because they're patriots. I think I give tremendous credit to that judge. And now it's going to the Supreme Court. Now we're going to be asking for early admittance. We're going tomorrow, and we're going to ask for an expedited ruling because, you know, when you look at the stock market's down today, the stock market's down because of that, because the stock market needs the tariffs. They want the tariffs. If you look at AI, all of those, you know, all of that money that's going to be invested, trillions and trillions of dollars, the biggest thing, bigger than the internet, I suspect. It's the internet plus 3 or 4 other things combined. We are leading very substantially with AI. We're leading because of tariffs. We're leading because of talent, and this is where they'd like to be. But without the tariffs, we wouldn't have a chance because we wouldn't be able to protect those investments of the companies coming in. So if you took away tariffs, we could end up being a third world country. That's how big the ruling. So we're asking for an expedited ruling.
As a backstop to that, President, you have a Republican-controlled Congress. You control the House. You control the Senate.
Yeah, but we don't have 60 votes. We don't have 60 votes. I'd love to do that. Oh, if we had 60 senators, if we got the 60 votes, we would get them. But we need 60 votes, and we need, you know, a certain number in the House. I think we'd get, I don't know, we have about 5 of them here. Would everybody agree with me on tariffs? Without tariffs, we're a different country. We have taken in so much money. And here's the thing. We signed a deal with Japan. They're paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. We signed a deal with South Korea. We signed a deal with the European Union. We signed a deal with Europe. And those countries are paying us $950 billion, and they're happy about it. They're okay. As one of them said, it's amazing that we got away with it so long. One of my friends, a leader of one of the countries, and they're fine with it. They all signed. If that ruling ever went against us, I guess we'd have to give back hundreds of billions. We would have to give trillions and trillions of dollars back to countries that have been ripping us off for the last 35 years. And I can't imagine it happening. On a legal basis, they have no legal basis whatsoever. But on a common sense basis, it would destroy America. Okay.
We talked about controlling the sky. On Sunday, the satellite signal of Ursula von der Leyen's plane was alleged.
With Ursula? Well, she had an interesting event. She's a tremendous woman. And so what are you asking me about her?
NATO is concerned about it, I do too, about this.
Sure, NATO is concerned about it. Well, nobody knows where it came from, but they did take away her ability to use a phone. You know? Sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes that could happen to me. I'd be very happy.
Mr. President, reducing the tariffs on India from 50%.
What does that mean?
Are you considering taking away some of the tariffs that you've imposed on India? You had posted.
No, we get along with India very well, but India has, you have to understand, for many years it was a one-sided relationship. Only now, since I came along, and because of the power that we have with tariffs, India was charging us tremendous tariffs, about the highest in the world. They were about the highest in the world, number one. And we therefore weren't doing much business with India, but they were doing business with us because we weren't charging them. Foolishly, we weren't charging them. So they would send in massive, everything they made, they'd send it in, pour it into our country. Therefore, it wouldn't be made here, which is a negative. But we would not send in anything because they were charging us 100% tariffs. And, I'll give you an example, Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson couldn't sell into India. There was a 200% tariff on a motorcycle. So what happens? Harley Davidson went to India and built a motorcycle plant. And now they don't have to pay tariffs. Same thing as us. So what we're doing is literally thousands of companies are coming into the U.S., car companies, AI, but, more traditionally, car companies. We have so many car company factories under construction or being designed right now. And they're coming from China, they're coming from Mexico, I must tell you, and they're coming from Canada, a lot of them coming from Canada. But they're coming into our country because they want to build here. And they want to build here for two reasons. Number one, they'd like to be here. And number two, the tariffs are protecting them. And number three, they want to avoid paying tariffs. When they build their cars here, they don't have any tariffs to pay. When you build here, you don't have any tariffs.
Mr. President,
Go ahead,
in light of the Minnesota shooting last week, the Department of Homeland Security is now awarding more than $100 million to hundreds of faith organizations across the country to help them ramp up security. What's your vision for further protecting religious liberty across the country amid incidents of threats?
So religious liberty is so important, and we're talking about every religion now, and we're doing things on that nobody else has ever done, and we're going to be having a big announcement in about 2 weeks on that question. Yeah, please.
On Space Command, sir, are you concerned that people may not be willing to relocate from Colorado to Alabama?
No, I'm not worried. We'll get somebody else. The problem with Colorado is they have a very corrupt voting system. Look, I have so many friends in Colorado. Anytime you have mail-in voting, you have corrupt elections. Very simple. It's very simple. Even Jimmy Carter said it with his commission. They set up a commission with him and Scoop Jackson and some people, highly regarded people. And they said the finding was, if you have mail-in voting, you will have corrupt elections. Well, your radical left governor decided that he was going to have all mail-in voting in Colorado. Once you have all mail-in voting, and for whatever reason, the Democrats cheat.
It's the 402 test.
And they cheat like, they're not stupid. That's the only thing. They're no good on policy. They're no good on management. They're no good at government. But they're great at cheating. And they stick together, too. I give them credit for sticking together. Please.
Obviously, this is a big win for national security, moving this to Alabama. We've all can agree with that.
Big.
Is there any idea of the economic impact this has on the state and on that local area?
Katie, do you want to answer that?
Look, I mean, go ahead.
Please go.
This is going to be tremendous. I mean, the state of Alabama, what we've seen through this process is the worst of Washington. We've seen politics get in the way of what is best for the warfighter, what's best for national security. And the state of Alabama is about to show the country the best among us. So we know the economic impact is going to be tremendous. There at Redstone Arsenal, we're proud to house everything from the FBI to headquarters there for material command to a number of things. We obviously have NASA with Marshall Space Flight Center, and so this naturally fits within. When you look at the decision matrix that they placed in front of us, that's why we ranked so high, is because we have the resources necessary and the ability to build out quickly to meet the needs in front of us. As far as economic impact, it would be tremendous. Does anybody have an exact number? 1,600 jobs.
3,000 spin-off.
With 3,000 spin-off. Look at this. This is teamwork right here. So we are really proud, and the people of Alabama are ready to get to work.
And I've got a housing question, if you could, just for a second, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
please.
Owning a home and going about the American dream seems like it's out of touch for a lot of Americans. Just
Yeah.
recently, you pushed out a statement about addressing an emergency housing situation.
That's right, we're thinking about doing that.
Yeah, can you just?
Well, we need a little help from the Fed. We have a man named Jerome Too Late Powell. You probably heard of him. He's too late. He's way too late. And the economy is so strong that it's pushing through that. Normally, it would have been much tougher, but we're doing so well that we're pushing through it. But it makes it very hard for people to get mortgages because too late is too late. Very simple. He's too late. And probably political, whatever. He wasn't too late before the election. Before the election, he was cutting rates, right? Because he was hoping that, I guess, Biden would get in or that Kamala would. He was a big Biden guy. Explain that one. And then he was a Kamala person. But he was hoping, I guess, she'd win, I guess. I don't know. It didn't work out too well. But, yeah, we need a very serious cut. You know, I think that if you look back many decades ago, the United States was always the lowest, even if they were doing badly. The United States was, because without the United States, everything in the world would die. It's true. It's so powerful. It's so big. And I made it really big in the first 4 years. Then it started to degenerate with what this Biden administration did. But we built it up to a level that I never thought we could be at this quickly. We're the hottest, we're the best financially. The money coming in is so big because of tariffs and other things, but because of tariffs. Tariff gets us even those other things. Plus, it gets us great negotiators. I settled 7 wars, and numerous of those wars were because of trade. And numerous of the trade deals that I made were because of tariffs. It gives you a great negotiating ability. If that ability were taken away from us by a liberal court acting on essentially foreign nations, asking to get help from the United States government, when they've been doing this to us for 40 years. That's why we have $38 trillion in debt. We won't have it for long if they let us, if they allow us to do what everybody knows we should be able to do. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, another Biden-era action that you're now reversing is that you signed a deal last week to make federal buildings adopt and embrace classical architecture styles again. Can you talk to us about why you do that, and also what's your vision?
Well, we want to see beautiful buildings. Now, you know, it's in the eye of the beholder. I've seen architectural reviews over the years. I'm an expert at it. I've gotten a lot of great reviews. But I've seen buildings that I didn't think were very good get great reviews, and I've seen great buildings get bad reviews. So, but it's just a standard. We want to have a good standard. We're building something here. You know, for 150 years, they wanted a ballroom at the White House. We're doing something at the highest level, using great architects and all. And, you know, it's very exciting. But we have a lot of interesting things happening architecturally in D.C. And D.C. is like a different place. And, you know, even the contractor said, sir, we walked down today, we feel like much safer. It's like a different place. Washington, D.C. is great. Now, we're going to also beautify it. We're going to put a topping on the roads. We're not going to rip them apart and take 4 years to build a road that was exactly the same by the time you build it. But we're going to put toppings. We're going to put new medians in. We're going to get the graffiti off. We're going to put tiles up in the tunnels where the tiles are missing. We'll do the whole tunnel instead of, a little area where you see new tiles, old tiles that never look too good, but they could use it. They've been up for 50 years. They've served their duty. But we're going to make this within about a 20-mile radius from the White House. We're going to have this place spick and span. It's going to be crime-free, and it's going to be spick and span. You'll be proud of Washington again. Go ahead, please.
Sir, China's having a massive military parade that President Putin and Kim Jong-un will be attending. Do you interpret that as a challenge to this? And are you concerned at all about those countries?
No.
So little
Not at all. China needs us.
back.
I have a very good relationship with President Xi, as you know. But China needs us much more than we need them. No, I don't see that at all, no. And I had actually a very good meeting with President Putin a couple of weeks ago. We'll see if anything comes out of it. If it doesn't, we'll take a different stance.
The March today in California ruled that your deployment of National Guard troops to Los Angeles was illegal. Do you have any response?
Well, it was a radical left judge. But very importantly, what did you not tell me in that question or statement that you made? Pretty much of a statement, I think.
Well, I was asking for the response.
No, you didn't say what the judge said, though. The judge said, but you can leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can continue to be in place. That's all we need. But why didn't you put that as part of your statement? Because the same judge ruled exactly as you said, except the judge said that you could leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can stay, they can remain, they can do what they have to do. Thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm going to have to take off early today. But remember, we have about 63, 10, 63, 15 as an upside range. There's some resistance around 15. I have a doctor's appointment. 15, 20. If we broke out above 20, I don't know. It doesn't seem super likely, but I guess there's like 23 minutes left. Then I would probably say like 64.30, 64.27 around that technical level. Everyone booed. Nice. Yeah, if this falls back below 6,400, I would expect that it would probably close around like between like 85 and 90, like 93, somewhere around there. So it really depends if bulls like juice this. Right now we're sitting on top of a little pile of bought calls at 6,405. It looks like the sold calls at 15 and 10 are still increasing. But bulls have sold puts all the way out to 10. Thank you so much, Mongo. All right. I'll catch you guys a little later. Or tonight. Peace.